Next up, in room Hafidin Royan, we have Blessing and Juliana, and we have Alberta, who will be our debating. We have FSRD1, Rido and Satria, and also lastly, we have FTSP1, Irfan and Taskia. And in room Hendria 1C, we have FKG1, Advita Claris, we have FTSP2, Davanur and Sandra, we have Swing 1, Abraham Ayub, and we have FTKE, Eric and Kenandika. Please rename your participant names and we will assign you according to your rooms. So please rename your Zoom names according to the format and the rounds. So the format goes like this: round, room, role, team name, your name. If your team are placed within the same room, you may use just one account and put your name and your partner's name together within that account, so that it's fine. Okay, so we'll check. Anissa Diva Pikaesa, please rename. Alberta, please rename. Chris Dayanti Sutanto, please rename. For the judges as well, we ask you to please rename yourselves with the format round, room, role, and your name. Thank you.
Bang, I want to ask you, would you mind to explain how to change our username first? Because I forget.
Hi, sorry, can you please repeat your question?
Would you mind to make tutorial to change username? Because I'm already forget it.
Oh, okay, so you have to click on the participants list on your screen. Are you using mobile device or laptop?
I use laptop actually.
Okay, so you check on your screen, it should be on bottom right of your screen. There's the list called participants.
Yeah.
And then you find your name, and then there should be a drop down menu where you find an option that says rename, and then you rename your Zoom name with the format round 1, and then room, your role, and then your team name and your name. Okay. Is that clear?
Wait a minute. Let me tell you.
Just take your time.
I just need to click participant, right? Then I need to find my name in the speaker.
Find your name, and then you click more.
Click more. Oh, click more.
And you click rename. Yes.
But I didn't find click more.
Pardon me. Could you repeat?
How to click more? I didn't find click. I still can't get your account. Oh, let me ask my friend to do it for me too.
Okay, just to remind everyone that we have distributed the technical guide yesterday.
Rafif, Rafif.
Yeah, Ibu.
Sorry, I can help by sharing my screen. Can I just,
okay,
you know?
We'll pass on to Ibu Astri. Okay, I'll stop my share screen.
Okay, so hold on a second. Please. So this is how you can change your name. Hold on a second. So you see that in each of your name, there is this 3 dots button. Can you find it, Jessica?
Yeah.
Okay, press this. There is an option of rename. Click it and change your name.
Your screen didn't change
is everybody else? Oh, okay. So hold on a second. Apparently my screen does not show this. It does not show anything. That is true. Okay, hold on a second. So basically, you know, you just wait. Okay, so can you see it now? Oh, I understand. Okay, just as simple as you go into your Okay, doke. Wait a minute. Let me open the PPT. Okay. Hello, guys. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. So, this morning, okay, yeah, I'm just going to make sure that, okay, my screen is visible. Okay, hello everyone, good morning. My name is Asri Agustina alongside with, for NUDC alongside with Bu Zuhra. I will be your core adjudicator in this competition. So, considering that this is an internal selection, I try to make sure that the motion is as accessible as possible. But for this morning's motion, the first round, okay, guys, please do consider what Irene just already said. Some people still hasn't renamed themselves because right after the motion is announced, the case building time 15 minutes will going to be started. So the countdown will going to start as soon as the motion is launched. So can everyone start renaming themselves? Okay. So consider this that the adjudicator are very aware that probably some of the motions are very niche in terms of the information. Therefore, considering that you guys come from different faculty, probably has different knowledge, sometimes a motion has what we call as a context slide. The purpose of the context slide is to make sure that the motion is as accessible as possible. Note that number one, yes, you can add the information based on your understanding more than what the context slide provide. Number two, which is also very important, if you happen to know a contradictory information from what the context slide provided, please be consistent to the context slide because the purpose here is to make sure that the debate is equally accessible to everyone. What does this translate into? It translates into making sure that everyone are discussing on the similar points. So with that being said, yes, the first round will have a context slide. For round one, under the heading of capitalization of education, the context slide reads, a corporate sponsored research agreement is a written legal agreement between an institution or called contractor and an awarding agency, normally involving the expectation of an economic benefit on the part of the contractor, on the part of the institution, and the generation of a tangible product, service, or other consideration in return for sponsored support. This might include, but not limited to, testing or evaluation of proprietary products, development or construction of equipment, rights to data, patents, copyrights, technical reports or evaluation, consulting services, and etc. Is there any question about the context slide? Feel free to screenshot the context slide. We will going to also share the wordings of both the context slide and the motion in the participants group. But is there any question about the context slide? Going once, going twice, going three times. So I assume there is no question in regards of the context slide. With that being said, the motion reads, this house would ban corporate sponsorship of academic research. Now is 9:28, therefore the debate will start at 9:44. Thank you, guys.
Recording in progress.
is here as well. Okay. So before we start the debate, please every team send your speaking order. Who's speaking first and second in your team? So I can input the ballot in time. Before that, yeah, uh, just call upon PM under the motion as this house will.
First of all, let me define the meaning of corporate sponsorship. A corporate sponsorship is a form of marketing in which a company pays for the right to be associated with a project or a program. Here, we can see in the motions it's about the academic research. So it's nearly about the academic side. A common template for corporate sponsorships entails a collaborations between a non-profit organizations and a sponsor corporations, and in which the latter funds a project or program managed by the former in exchange for recognitions. Here, this house believes that we should ban these corporate sponsorships of academic research. First of all, it's because these corporate sponsorships that occurs in schools across the countries in many different ways to make money is a bad habits actually for this world. An example that a corporate partnerships at school contains a lot of ads or maybe signs throughout their halls, or maybe to support their financial purpose of that sponsors. Some says that the corporate sponsorships are actually good for their school, but there are lots of negative things, negative effects that we get when we are adding this corporate sponsorships towards this academic research. First of all, that this corporate sponsorships, we know that it could raise money for the schools and get them donations, which is why the school loves them. But do you know that this corporate sponsorships or business that actually sponsors that schools could actually ruin lots of things and also affects lots of psychological effects to their children. You know that corporate sponsorships actually could sponsor a sports team, or maybe get their uniforms for that school, or maybe there are lots of ads, as I said before, in their hall, or maybe when they have lots of poster, they would see many of those sponsor ads in their life school. And you know that not all of these corporate sponsorships are actually good for them. There are lots of corporate sponsorships such as tobacco, or maybe alcohol, or maybe like lots of junk food that will sponsor their school, and that will be a bad habits for their children, so that they will get a bad habit when they see those corporate sponsorship. When we are children, or maybe we are an adolescents, or maybe we're a kids, it's the time for us to grow. We're therefore grow. We are in the phase where we are growing, and in that time there are lots of things that we should explore. And when we see those of things, where there will be something that they will think that what kind of sponsor is that, what kind of things is that there will be such a curious persons about that sponsor, and it will generously win the kids. And then here we should know that every school actually could get lots of money, or maybe donations, not only from corporate sponsorships. They could get money from maybe the government, or maybe the donations that actually every parents will give, or maybe their parents can actually afford their money for their children's educations. You shouldn't need that corporate sponsorship actually. And this is an education side. You wouldn't like third of all, I would say that this is an education site. You wouldn't like getting this corporate sponsorships through this education sites because the political sites or maybe there are some like the political sites, the business sites, and there are lots of business problems outside there. It will affect the study in that school eventually. And so, as I said, that actually this house believe that we should ban this corporate sponsorships and this research educations. So academic research, I'm sorry. So that's what I can say. Thank you for your attention. I'm sorry for my mistake. Yeah.
Deputy Prime Minister to start your speech. Sorry, Leader of Opposition. I mean.
Opposition. Excuse me, my name is Hamke. Hello, critics, hello, friends. And I would like here to give our argument about the opposition of the ban of the academic research for the school. First, I would like to state that research in this country is very, very small percentage. After I see it, it's even almost in the third world countries category. We try to make this research even more and even better. But this research is the reason we and this just doesn't affect the amount of the research. This is also the quality of the research. As we all know, money in the research is very, very needed, and the better the money, the better the quality. As we can see, some of the research that we are trying as a student try to do, some of them are impossible because the limited amount of money, but because of the research with the funding of the private sector, it could potentially helps the school, potentially helps the community, potentially helps the country, and hopefully potentially helps the research in Indonesia superior. Second, I would like to say that one of the research that's very, very close to us right now, especially as we are both faculty of medicine, is the vaccine research. The health academic vaccine research is because it's because of the private funding from Pfizer, Moderna, AstraZeneca. And when US research to the children, if they have safe the vaccine, if the teacher is safe for the vaccine, and when they're safe, they can be re-enter the school immediately and goes back to the life as we all know before this pandemic. So research from private funding is not only important, it is crucial, especially after we all know this pandemic time like this. And that is why me and my house argue that there should be no ban of the research in the academic settings. Thank you.
Thank you for Leader of Opposition. Next is Deputy Prime Minister to continue the debate.
Okay, thank you. My name is Noval. As the Deputy Prime Minister, and I would like to make a rebuttal against the opposition. So let me rewind the time a little bit. Over the last 2 decades, industry funding for medical research specifically has increased globally, while government and non-profit funding has decreased. By 2011, industry funding compared to public source account for 2/3 of the medical research worldwide. Research funding from other industries is increasing too, including food and beverage, chemical, mining, and etc. So if you are saying that money is important, actually the private sector is not their responsibility. It's the government responsibility to support this kind of research. The government usually have a lot of money allocated to make this research kind of thing. And I would like to make some other points that would like to strong the arguments about my house, about the ban of corporate sponsorship of academic research. So the first one is the industry sponsors suppress publication. The sponsors usually have a contract under their name with the scientists. The block publication present by the sponsoring companies products in an unfavorable way. While the right to publish is a mainstay of the academic freedom, the research contract often include clauses that give the funder that final say on whether the research can be published or not. So it would inhibit the science research of the age, what of the research will be going through. Scientists should never sign or let their institution sign an agreement that gives a funder power to prevent the dissemination of their research findings. Universities and scientific journals must protect the emerging research and the support all academics, the government too, of course, in fending off the industry influence that can influence a lot of children behavior and academic purposes in preserving the academic freedom. Thank you. Maybe that's all from me.
Thank you so much for DBM. Next, Deputy Leader of Opposition to continue the debate.
First of all, I would like to start the debate with a few key points. The argument of should the corporate have the power of controlling the publications? They funded the research, so basically they should have control over the research. The argument of them having power over the research and blocking the publication of it, there's not something that will likely happen because they would need to gain profit from the research. So it's kind of counterproductive for them to block the research when they can get copyright from publishing the research data. And the argument of the government should be the one funding the research. Yes, the government can fund the research, but most of the funds that the government have will go to infrastructure instead of researchers. There's evidence of this in the real world recently, including the recent pandemic. During that moment,
to open the closing debate, I would like to call the government member to continue the debate. Here.
Okay. Assalamualaikum everybody. Good morning. I represent NS government for the closing government. Why we should and agree about ban the companies funding or companies providing funds for the academic research. First, academic research should be useful directly for the Indonesian people, for our communities, for our people, and then for our environment. And also, if using company funds, it is as if the research is for the company or the corporation. And I think if the corporation funds the academic research, maybe it used to their company or corporation. Academic research should be for the needs for our community or for our people, and as the government, we agree for the ban because the government itself is ready to fund our people for the academic research conducted both domestically and abroad. The government is also ready to the various things to publish the results of the research, and then the government through the Ministry of Research and Technology is ready to help anyone, everybody, any else, whether lecturers or students or even those who are already working for do some academic research, and then to conduct academic research in order to build a more advanced Indonesian society or Indonesian people that is also able to compete at international level or the regional level or etc. The government will also provide flexibility for those who wish to publish or to publish their academic research as such as journals, papers, or a book, and necessary maybe at the website of Ministry of Research and Technology. The public does not need to worry about fees, about patents, about intellectual property rights, and etc. Because the government has guaranteed about that. In education, we are also afraid because the company will be use the results of academic research for itself. So I think it's enough for me. Thank you.
Government member has stopped her speech. Thank you. To continue the debate, I would like to call the member of opposition. Here.
Okay, good morning first. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay, thank you. First, I would like to make some rebuttals, but first I want to make some clear statement that we are arguing about the corporate research, corporate sponsorship for academic research, not governmental researchers, not governmental sponsorship or governmental sponsorship for academic research. So I don't think this house, my team, agree that we shouldn't ban corporate for sponsoring the academic research, because I don't think that there should be any prohibited, but we have to keep a careful eye for the corporate funded research, because we know that the corporation usually has a strongly preferred outcome, and the investigator has a strong incentive to provide the desired results in order to keep the funding coming. So, however, some industry-funded research is fine. It helps the investigator and the university to produce good science or an engineering for academical purpose. So, stable income can be used for materials needed for the academic research. And then the second argument is there will be a stable income for the research to be done. So the writers, such as the researchers or the educators, will have a lot of motivation to finish their research, because we know that there are so many cases happening that researchers will stop halfway through the research because he or she lose interest, or the worst case is that he or she will stop the research because he or she doesn't have enough money to continue their academic research. So, and there are so many benefits that can be helped towards this academic research with sponsorship, with a corporate sponsorship. The most direct benefit of the research collaboration is with business is that the academic research or the researchers will be able to help corporate partners to find the solutions for the problems, but these collaborations also directly benefit the researchers because they will be able to bring how business works in their field, so they know more about how business works in their field. So there's another benefit that I want to talk about. That will be all for me. Thank you.
Thank you for member of opposition for that speech. Now to continue the debate, I would like to call the government whip here.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay, thank you. And I would like to start my speech in 3, 2, 1. Okay, so hello everyone. I'm the second speaker for the coalition government, and I would like to say that this house strongly denied the opposition proposal. It's because our house think that we, the government, can give back to our society without using the bridge of a company. Until this time, we have done a lot of things without an institution, and we actually have tons of amazing program for Indonesia's life. And today, I would like to say that we have give tons of sponsorship and programs for Indonesian people. Pardon me if I'm wrong, but our country have tons of debt to the developed countries. And we don't trust other institutions than our house. And I'm afraid that the money will be used as well elsewhere, not only for the actual fundings. Well, I think I wanted to talk about two things, and it is the educational and health part. We have a scholarship for the students to do a program, whether it's inside or outside of Indonesia. And actually, you can check it in our website from the Minister of Education, or you may know them as the Kampus Merdeka. In this, we have give a scholarship to Indonesians so they can have the opportunity to fight searching for the job fairly. And with COVID-19 vaccine, we have been giving the vaccine freely to our people without trouble and without doubt. Our ministry, not in only two of these things, I mean the health ministry and the educational ministry, can do amazing program in the future. And I would like to say that I'm afraid that you have proposed that you will have rights to data for everything. So I've read about the motion, and it stated that you guys will have full data for this program. I can trust you because in this time data is important and it can leak and be sold by people that are not responsible other than the government. So we are afraid that we can do anything about this fund since we have done everything good by ourselves until today, and we don't want to take any responsibility if things go wrong by giving the opportunity to you for doing the research with the government. In today's society, we know that data is very important, and you can blackmail people by using the data, and we don't even know where is the leak. So I'm afraid that if we give you the full data from our people, Indonesian people, we are afraid that it can leak and be a much trouble in the future, since we can handle anything if things go wrong, if it's not by the government. And I think that's it from me. Thank you.
And the debate overall, I call upon the opposition whip to start their speech here.
Okay, so before I start, I would like to ask everybody, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay, that's perfect. So I would be starting my own timer in 3, 2, 1. So good morning, everybody. My name is Ayesha Kaina Sharif, and today I would be the closing opposition. Or the opposition whip, so I'm in the opposition side. And before I continue explaining my rebuttals and explaining my arguments, I would like to restate it one more time that the motion itself is this House would ban corporate sponsorship of academic research. So corporate sponsorship, because I hear you guys talking about governmental sponsorship. I don't know if you meant that you guys support governmental sponsorship, but not support the corporate sponsorship. So I don't understand what you guys saying. But again, I would just like to restate it that here we're talking about corporate sponsorship. And I would like to tell you guys why, as an opposition team, that we do not support the motion at all. We do not support the ban of sponsorship corporates for academic research. And there are a lot of things that we have to discuss. Okay, so I couldn't make a lot of rebuttals because I think we have a miscommunication with the government and the opposition. But I would like to review the main issues in the debate and show how the government or the opposition. I would like to just summarize what the opposition side says, or what my opposition team says, my member of opposition. So first of all, she did says that there are a lot of benefits on accepting corporate funding for academic research. From one of them is we have a stable income. We all know that doing academic research, sometimes we need a lot of income, sometimes we need a lot of money. Money for what, you say? Well, money for materials. Money for, let's say, if we want to meet the criteria of people. That's why we need income. That's why we need money. That's why funding is very important. Funding is number one, or one of the things that we have to think about when we're doing academic research. By accepting corporate teamwork or corporate funding, it will make a better way for us to do the academic research. Why? Because we do not, as a researcher, we do not need to think how we need to fund our research. All we have to do, we just need to focus on one thing itself, the research itself. We don't need to think about how are we going to fund this, how we're going to buy that, how we're going to buy the materials, or maybe prepare the money. All of that, we don't need to think about that. All we got to do is just focus on the research. That's number two. Number two of what my member of opposition says, that one of the benefits are that we are more focused. The researchers are more focused on doing the academic research itself. Okay, so as others have noted, or as the member of opposition also noted, my friend here, that prohibiting corporations from funding academic research does not make sense. I tell you one more time, it does not make sense for us to prohibit or to ban the corporations from funding academic research. And then if we're talking about corporations, I'm also didn't hear from the government side which corporations are we talking about here, and is it just for the profit or the non-profit too? And further to that point, it would be really bad an idea again and again to just prohibit the funding. Because again, we really think and we really believe that by funding or by accepting the teamwork from the corporations, it would be more better for the researcher itself. And then let's be clear once for all that corporations will always fund research and development. This is how they get an edge over competitors and improve products. That's why we could not ban entirely, or we could not prohibit it entirely, corporations to stop funding academic research. Why? Because they will always find a way, and they will always fund research and development, because those are one of the targets on corporate management. They have to, the one that I said, they have to edge over the competitors, and also they have to improve products. And one of the things how they'll do it is by funding an academic research to help them grow their products and improve their products, like that. So do we really want to have a situation where the information is kept in silo or disconnected from academic research? Because if we prohibit it or we ban the corporate funding, it would imply that the information would not be widespread. There would be little information about the things that we can do for academic research. And then there's a better approach, which is a combination of policy, practice, and information literacy education. Professional organizations, government agencies, and universities need to develop these policies and procedures to promote transparency and reduce bias in funded research. Yes, if one of you guys said that maybe when we accept corporate funding, we can be biased. But again and again, being biased is actually according to the researcher itself. If the researcher is a very nice researcher, is a good researcher, they would know the ethics or the ethical in researching itself. So we cannot say that every corporate funding academic research is biased, because again and again, being biased is according to the researcher itself. Okay, so again and again, I would like to say that we need people to understand the nuance of looking into the results of funded research and whether those results deserve scrutiny and skepticism based on the funding source. And then I would like to restate it one more time that shutting down the connection between corporations and academic research is both unattainable and not a good idea, which is one of which, why? Because that's it. When there is a connection between the corporations and also the academic research itself, other than there are a lot of benefits that me and my friend just explained, there are a lot of things that we can get as an academic research. So other than we as the opposition, we suggest that we need to engage this issue as a society. We have to engage and we have to normalize that actually corporate funding academic research is normal, is very acceptable, and we shouldn't ban or prohibit this. So I think that would be all from me. I'm sorry if there are a lot of mistakes that I said. Good morning to you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for opposition web. Now that's the overall debate. This is not a silent round, so there will be verbal education. Please wait here for like 5 minutes or 10 minutes for the OA. Thank you. jump. I'm just going to directly jump into my decision and also the reasoning behind why the decision is as follows. Sorry for the noise behind. There's also another judge. They are judging your competitions here in my room. So yeah. Uh, but the decisions, I give the winning to opposition bench with the result as follows. The first goes to OO, second goes to CO, third goes to OG, and fourth unfortunately goes to CG. So I'm just going to compare each team and why and why certain teams get lower or higher than another teams and whatnot. So in terms of CG, why you guys got third? So in comparisons to OG, right? I feel like what CG has brought regarding on how principally speaking academic research should be for the community, and secondly on how like and how like basically corporations are not really trustable are basically the same premise that OG has tried to portray regarding on how like corporate have like certain evil intention that could ruin children's life, but secondly on how like academic research should benefit the community, especially toward the poor children and whatnot. I feel like in that sense, I feel like the premise that CG has brought has already have been explained by OG to certain sufficient amount of explanation. So I don't get of why CG brought a new contribution of analysis in terms of the premise, but I think that has like certain potential idea regarding on data leak and how like data protections are important, but I feel like the problem with that analysis was that there is really lack of likelihood of why number one there is a possibility for that particular data to be leaked by this kind of corporations. These corporations have like that kind of like really evil intentions to the extent that they really have like insufficient security protection. Secondly, is that what kind of who actually like did the blackmail that you guys are talking about, how they can use this data for the blackmail that you guys are talking about. I think there's a lack of likelihood and characterizations in supporting this kind of like analysis. I understand that in weighing against OG also have like also have insufficient explanation of likelihood in their benefit, but I feel like um what did you need to prove in explaining of this new contribution is to weigh against OG on why their contribution is much more important in comparison to OG in um especially when considering that you guys have like similar level of analysis upon the benefit, right? So I feel like the fact that CG has failed to fulfill their burden of explaining their differentiations between OG on this, I feel like CG should have been lower than OG, and that's why the result are as follows. The reason of why CG cannot go over CO as well is the same thing. I feel like the benefit that you guys have tried to portray regarding on how like data corruptions, for example, which is like the only like new thing that can actually contribute. I can attribute to CG in comparison to CO, because otherwise like the contributions of like principal argument regarding community base, I should have credit that to OG, like I said before. So in comparisons to CG's contributions on that, in comparisons to CO, I feel like because like CG has really lack of likelihood as well, I feel like CO managed to prove their likelihood one step better in regarding on why, for example, research are more focused on we're going to be more focused on doing the academic because now they have like the money to do so, because otherwise they don't have the motivations because of their lack of money to actually continue their research. I feel like the characterizations on on the decision making of the academic is much more nuanced and much more believable in comparisons to the data protection that he just has explained. So I feel like CO is much more contributive on explaining the argument better in comparisons to OO, right? The reasons of why CJ cannot go over OO as well. I feel like the premise that CG has brought regarding how like academic research should be for the community and for data protections and whatnot. I feel like OO has already preempt that by saying that number one is that developing um okay, I'm going to open my camera if is that required. Yeah. So in comparisons to OO, I feel like OO have already preempt that by saying that there are like existing corporate sponsorship that actually like want to help the community, for example, like vaccine researchers and whatnot. So in that sense, I feel like CG need to explain why like the characterization of the corporate of why they have like this really evil intention that they don't want to have the community, despite OO has already said that. So I think that the this characterization is the precursor of the all the benefit that CG want to portray. I feel like OO has already give the contract characterization of how like the corporate behave and what are their intentions and whatnot. So I feel like OO is higher than CG as well. So in comparisons to so let's jump to OG on why OG cannot go over OO and CO. So the reasons of why OG cannot go higher than the whole opposition bands in general is because like number one, there is lack of likelihood in your analysis. That is to say, when you guys are explaining of why when you guys are explaining that corporate are bad because there are corporations that actually like have like really bad intention and like could ruin the children's life. That's the whole premise that you guys are talking about. I feel like there is a remaining questions in the end of that argument. That is to say, what is the link back of academic research to specifically why the academic research are talking about are these specific academic research that are actually like want to help poor children, and why this is not like the academic researchers in general. Like I feel like in that sense, I feel like the margin of the benefit that you guys the margin of harm that you guys talking about, kind of small, um, without the proper characterizations of why like this harm can be generalized to other academic researchers as well. But secondly, is that I don't see any characterizations of like what kind of like ruining children's life that you guys are talking about in picturing the impact. That is to say, of like what do children what do children need, and why are these like very contingent upon the of the corporate sponsorship will harm the children need on the ground. So I feel like that the proper picturations of that impact makes the harm that OG want to portray is lower in contribution in comparison to OO and CO. It has more contributions in terms of explaining the likelihood of their argument as well. But in specifically in OO, in comparisons to OO, I feel like there is a lot of rebuttal toward what OO has already contributed, because OO has already explained to you on how developing countries that are actually using these academic researchers have very limited budgets, and this corporate sponsorship of academic research, why this corporate sponsorship of academic research is needed to help the community and the country, especially when the urgency are that there are like lack of vaccine researchers that are needed for this like community on the ground. I feel like the responses were quite insufficient, because an OG only explained on like government responsibility. It's just in 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 the ground of vaccine researchers, it's only government responsibility, but not the corporate. The I think the analysis that that try to make it that try to make this piece of analysis believable was that on the idea of like, oh, government actually have like that big money, so therefore corporate sponsorship is not needed. I feel like the rebuttal and the engagement toward opening opposition premise, which just stops there. In that sense, I feel like OO, especially in the OO, has managed to like counter engage on your questions regarding on government, whether or not government have the money to actually do academic researches, right? I feel like OO has already proved to me on how like government money have like I've like government money, even if it is access, it's more on like building infrastructure rather than the academic researches and whatnot. So I feel like in that sense, I feel like it, even though the analysis was quite insufficient as well, and providing the in providing the comparative of why this is actually true, but I feel like in that sense, the premise of how government prioritize things quite mitigated the questions that OG provide regarding how whether or not government has money. So I feel like OO has already managed to at least engage to their best case of OG's rebuttal on that. So let's talk about that's why OG cannot go over the opposition bets. So let's talk about the CO and O, which is quite interesting. So I feel like CO contributions on the debate was that on how like you can make like more stable income for academic researchers, but you guys are also like give a quite good extension regarding on how in impacting the individual researchers they can have like more motivations, right? So the reasons of why CO I feel like in that contributions the reasons of why CO cannot go over all that is because I feel like the idea of like income instability for academic researchers is I have quite the same premise as OO regarding regarding on how like countries have limited budget, so therefore this kind of corporate sponsorship is needed. So I feel like there is no additional analysis that is like really important to back up to actually like make OO's argument are reliant upon your analysis to that extent. I feel like in the end of the day, the analysis was quite the same, the premise was quite the same, and regarding the income instability, that's why I feel like if anything, the argument that CO talked about on how like a stability of academic researchers could have been credited to OO. But the additional analysis regarding on how like the individual researchers are becoming like more focused on doing the academic was quite good, but I feel like it lost in the experience of the impact. That is to say, I feel like you guys does not have you guys do not explain of why like this particular impact that you guys talking about on how like the researchers are becoming unmotivated because there's lack of money is really really important and really really urgent. I feel like in that sense, I feel like the impact becoming quite small in the sense of like, okay, if researchers are becoming like unmotivated, then why like this is something that government should care about. So I feel like in that sense, I feel like OO link back it better on like in terms of the impact on why like the vaccine researchers on why like this is needed, because like because there are like problem that exists inside the country regarding the lack of vaccine researchers that this country needed, and it's and this is why and that's why like country needed this kind of corporate sponsorship. I think the link back of that impact is makes OO slightly better than CO on that. So that's all for my education. If you want to have any feedback, you can ask for the CO for my number. I'm gonna respond it if I have the time to. But good luck for the next round.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ini kita kemana?
Kocak banget kenapa kita bertiga di sini dah.
Gue juga gak ada.
Mari.
Gue tanya lah.
Gue gak tahu.
Emang jurinya nggak ada ya? Udah nggak ada.
Udah
Gue
gak
kira
ada.
dipindahin.
Ini masih di record tahu ya nggak sih?
Oh ya, nggak apa. Tapi siapapun yang nge-record apa kita kemana
Halo,
aja.
YouTube.
Terus gue boleh pipis dulu gak? Yang nge-record. Nggak.
Tadi tuh gue mau ke toilet tiba-tiba dipanggil.
Makanya tadi juga pas di gue lagi panggil.
Ini masih broadcasting di YouTube loh.
Oh, sorry.
Hello YouTube.
Saya izin ke toilet bentar ya.
Ini semuanya anak 18 semua.
Enggak, ada yang 19. Kamu 18 ya?
Iya. Ya ampun, jago-jago banget. Nangis. Pusing.
Apa kita balik ke main room ya?
Ini kayaknya lagi lunch break
Balik
deh,
deh.
kalau lihat dari jadwal. Soalnya kan habis
Bukannya-
ronde 1 itu lunch break.
Ini kita cabut aja kali ya.
Kayaknya balik ke main room.
Iya, live aja.
Oke, going back to main room.
Okay, bye guys.
1, Kenandika and Eric Calvin, are you guys complete?
Yes, we are complete.
Okay. FTSP 1, Irfan Amrullah Taskia, are you guys complete?
Complete.
Okay. FTSP 2, Davanur and Sandra, are you guys complete?
Complete.
FTSP 2,
Yes,
Davanur
we're
and
complete.
Sandra, okay. Swing 1, Ayub Abraham, are you guys complete?
Still waiting for my partner.
Okay. Swing 1, missing partner. And completing for round 2 will be swing 4, Arjun and Afana, are you guys complete?
Complete.
Okay, you both are here. Just to make sure untuk swing 4, since you just joined, do you have access to Tabicat and other information?
Yeah, I just wanted to text you. Could I get that, please?
Oh, sure. Okay, so we'll wait for FSRD and swing 1 for the time being. Please stay tuned. The tabs, Arjun and Afana.
Yes, we have received it.
Yes.
Okay, so you both are well informed. Okay. Okay, just to make sure one more time, FSRD, are you guys complete?
Yeah, we're complete now.
Okay, so we're just left with swing 1. Yeah. Swing 1, you're still waiting for your partner. For swing 1, please let us know immediately when your partner has joined Zoom. Yeah, we'll be waiting. Okay, so we got confirmation. Swing 1 udah complete. So I'll be back. Give me around 2 minutes to make the announcement afterwards. So please stay tuned. Okay, we'll be conducting roll calls for adjudicators. For adjudicator, Ibu Astri, are you here?
Here.
Okay, adjudicator Kak Randy, are you here? Adjudicator Kak Randy, are you here? Okay, we're Kak Randy, are you here? Okay, moving on. Kak adjudicator.
I'm here. I'm here.
Okay, Kak Randy's here. Okay, Sam, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, adjudicator Kadio, Are you here? Kadio, okay. Lastly, Kak Jessica, are you here?
I'm here.
Okay. So, okay, Kadio. Sip, we're complete now for all debaters and judges. We'll be announcing the matchup soon. Okay, so matchup has been released. Let me share my screen to make sure that everyone's well informed. Okay, so draw for round 2. We have in Elang Mulia Lesmana room, opening government FTSP 1. We have opening opposition FILTL 1. We have closing government FK 3. And lastly, we have FKG 1 as closing opposition. We have opening opposition FTSP 2. We have closing government FK2. And lastly, we have closing opposition FILTL FTI. Proceeding in room Hafidin Royan, we have swing 4 as opening government. We have opening opposition F. We have closing opposition FH3. And last room, Hendriawan C, we have opening government FH2. We have opening opposition swing 1. We have closing government FK1. And lastly, we have FSRD 1 as closing opposition. For your roles, were the information clear? We guess so, okay. Please stand by. We're gonna check with our phone for a moment. Oh yeah, also a reminder, please rename your Zooms with the format given in accordance to your room, to your round, to your rooms, to your roles, to your team name, and your name.
Now is round 2 ya guys, bukan round 3. So please rename yourself.
Just a reminder to check your names. This is round 2. For those who are still who still show the name R1, please change to R2. We're competing in round 2. Swing 1, please check your name. Rename to round 2. Swing 1, Abraham, please rename yourself, beginning with round 2. Okay, so I'm gonna pass share screen to Ibu Astri as co-adjudicator. The floor is yours.
If you don't wanna see me, did a full 180, crazy, thinking about the way I was. Did the heartbreak change me? Maybe, but look at where I ended up. I'm all good already, so moved on. It's scary. I'm not where you left me at all. So if you don't wanna see me dancing with somebody, if you wanna believe that anything could stop me, don't show up, don't come out, don't start caring about me now. Walk away, you know how. Don't start caring about me now. Aren't you the guy who tried to hurt me with the word goodbye? Though it took some time to survive you, I'm better on the other side. I'm all good already, so moved on. It's scary. I'm not where you left me at all. So if you don't wanna see me dancing with somebody, if you wanna believe that anything could stop me, don't show up, don't come out, don't start caring about me now. Walk away, you know how. Don't start caring about me now. Don't start caring. I'm not where you left me.
For the next round, the one announcing the motion will be Bu Zuhra. Please welcome Bu Zuhra.
Okay, good afternoon, debaters and all organizing committee and all judges. I'm going to inform you the next motion for the round two. Okay, the topic for the round two will be very interesting, especially for millennials, I think. It is going to be, the heading is social media. So the motion itself will be, this House regrets the rise of influencers. So take your time to capture the motion. Okay, and good luck for the next round. Thank you. Okay, this round 2 motion is this House regrets the rise of influencers, and the debate will start at 12:53.
government, are you guys here? Opening government, are you guys here?
Yes, we are here.
Opening opposition, are you guys here?
Yes, we're here.
Closing government, are you guys here? Closing government, are you guys here?
Yes, we're here. Sorry.
Closing opposition, are you guys here?
Yes, we're here.
Okay. Before we start the debate, please make sure to send me your speaking position.
Just
a second in the chat room, in the chat box. That's one. And secondly, I will try my best to time, but since I'm using other device, it kind of hard for me to time. So please make sure to time yourself. And lastly, before you start your speech, please state your gender preference, if any, gender pronouns preference, if any, and POI preference. Okay, with that said, we welcome Prime Minister here.
Judge, sebentar Judge, itu tim saya disconnect.
Oh, I see. Okay. Udah di chat ke grupnya?
Sudah.
Okay. We'll wait for 2 minutes ya. In the meantime, can other team send to the chat box your speaking position? First speaker siapa, second speaker siapa? Okay, I see that OG is here.
Yes, complete.
Okay, without further ado, welcome Prime Minister here.
Wait, I'll start my timer first. Okay, I'll start my speech in 3, 2, 1. So we in the government agree that we regret the rise of the influencer because right now, nowadays, in the status quo, there are many influencers from many backgrounds that will influence society through the media, and we see there are some problems that brought by the influencer to the society. The meaning of regret the rise of influencer is that we see the problems and it will bring more harm than good to the society, because we know that the media or sosmed is a tool that using by the society to posting the videos or the photos. Sorry. We see the narrative of regretting the rise of the influencer comes from the parties, especially the society that already get harmed by the influencer. Because first, there are many worthless influencers that have the intention to being famous rather than influence in the good way. We see that the foods, the markets, and the online shops looking for the influencer to assess their products, but we see that the influencer has been lying to the society and manipulate the society about the products, because there are many influencers that don't have the integrity about being the influencer, and there are no specific standard that the society would assess. For example, oh, this is a good influencer or this is not, and only see the influencer based on their followers. So nowadays people still compete with each other to make more followers so they can be the influencer and being famous. So it will impact the society, and there will be the loss of trust to the influencer, because when the influencer make the good review on the bad products, it means that they are lying to the society and only do their job as a influencer to make more money. And secondly, they have to keep their image and harm their private life. The private life is important to the individuals, especially when become the influencer, when your daily life is being watched by the society, and there are no more space for you to spend with your private life when you get more famous, because people will get more brutally asking what you are doing, who is your parents, and so on and so forth. We think that it is harm for the influencer and their family, especially when they got bullied by the netizen in the social media. It can broke their physical and psychological condition, and it will affect their lives. They also have to keep their image and make the good looking photos, especially in the status quo right now. People wanted to be perfect in Instagram, Twitter, and when the netizens see the flaws on your body, or maybe the influencer get fatter or skinnier, the society will comment about it, and it will be body shaming. And when you be influencer, it means that there will be responsibilities to satisfy the society and posting what the society wants, not what we want in order to gain followers. So it becomes an unhealthy activities in using the social media. When there are the rise of the existing of the influencer, there will be a narrative that the influencers are enjoying their life, because many people think that their job is only reviewing some products, making TikTok maybe, or traveling and making it to be an attractive content. And when there are the rise of the influencer, the kids and the teenager will be the lazy person, because they want to, because most of the influencer has some pretty face and the looking good body. So there will be a stigma for this influencer to have it, and we do regret this, because teenager and kids right now in the status quo are competing and saving their money to be looked good in front of the camera, and buying the electronical things to be the influencer, instead of buying some important stuff such as stationery, books that help their education and their future. And also, let's move to the future condition where they already become the influencer. We see that they will be addictive to make money, because an influencer will get money from the netizen, from the online shop, and we think that there are some possibilities they will leave their responsibilities, and we see this is the big harm for the influencer and for their families. That's all for me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that speech. A reminder to debater, if your internet connection is not slow, please do turn on your camera while doing your speech. And also state your PO preference before speaking. With that said, to open the case from opposition, we welcome leader of opposition. Here.
Okay, am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Okay. I will have the chat room open, so I prefer my POI through chat. Permission to set up my notes for a few seconds. Great. I will start my speech in 3, 2, 1. Before we begin, I would like to address our position as opening opposition, that we oppose to the motion in which this House regrets the rise of influencers. On the contrary, we think that there are many benefits that have resulted from the rise of influencers. Also, I would like to briefly respond to opening government. They mentioned that influencers often are used to advertise products. However, we would like to point out that influencers not only advertise products, but they also can educate people about new things and share their daily lives, tips and tricks for daily lives. Also, my second response to OG is that they mentioned about the danger of private lives of the influencers, how their private lives may be endangered. But we would like to point out that private lives are being breached anyway. Of everybody's private lives are being breached anyway, because companies like Facebook and Google already have home addresses, phone numbers, and all such type of informations of their consumers. And besides, if influencers in social media start to feel like they're threatened, they can always shut down their accounts. They have the choice to leave. And my third response to OG is that influencers aren't only good-looking people, not only stick thin and good-looking people, but a very wide range of people as well. Which brings us into the beginning of my speech. I would like to address who are included in the term influencers. People often immediately think of influencers as young people who follow internet trends, like cooking, dancing, and any fun trends. That's what usually pop up in people's head when the word influencers is mentioned. Why young people? Because young people are the ones who have the time and energy to keep up with today's trends. However, I would like to address that influencers can be anybody, can be young people, old people, uneducated, highly educated people. Even animals have become influencers. Dogs, cats, birds, all sorts of pets and wild animals have flooded the internet. All of the mentioned, we think that they can be all categorized as influencers. Why? Because they have the ability to influence the way people perceive what is good and what is bad. They have the ability to influence the way people perceive what is cute and what is not cute, what is socially acceptable and what is not socially acceptable. Based on these facts, I am going to present two arguments to explain why we don't need to regret the rise of influencers. First, taking into account the diversity of influencers out there, it has become so much easier for everyone across the globe to learn and appreciate new things. Yes, there is Google, Wikipedia, and all sorts of blogs and websites that give you detailed information about everything, but to see it for yourself through the lens and the point of view of all these diverse influencers, this can actually help people to see life from a new perspective, see things from a new point of view. People learn to appreciate new things. My second argument is that influencers have become a major axis for people to make decisions. Influencers have the ability, the tools to influence other people's decisions. And it's been evident that a lot of these influencers use their tools for the greater good. Like, for example, president elections. More people have become more interested and attend elections because of these influencers. Racism issues, social issues, all sorts of issues that people used to feel indifferent about. Now they are more interested to learn and appreciate these things thanks to these influencers. For these reasons, we are proud to oppose.
Okay, thank you for that speech. Now to extend the case from opening government, we welcome Deputy Prime Minister. Here. Before you start, I've noticed opening government sama closing government belum kirim speaking position.
Oke.
Ya, nanti tolong kirim ya di chat.
Okay.
You may start your speech.
I will start my speech in 3, 2, 1. We as the opening government regret the rise of influencers in society. Well, we don't deny that influencers have various uses, such as promoting products, introducing culture, inviting people to do good things. However, we are worried that the increasing number of influencers in the community will have a worse impact on society. First, these influencers, they are not social workers. They do what they do, which is influencing people for profit. After all, an influencer must earn money to support their life as an influencer. What worries me is that they are indiscriminate in their search for gigs, whether they are legit or not, whether the impact will be on the general public. Well, we often see endorsement by young influencers where they advertise products, cosmetic and such. Many of them do so without having any knowledge of what they are advertising. And often what they do is actually dangerous for the general public. Why is it dangerous? Because when they advertise something, their followers, the followers of these influencers, will definitely see the ad and see the endorsement and often immediately believe that it is good product because it is used by their idol. It is used by that influencer. However, what often happens is that they do not know whether it is safe. It is a safe product or not, suitable for them or not. They just believe it and suffer the consequences. So we can draw the conclusion that the influence they have is so great without knowing what they are doing. Ordinary people can believe this influencer without thinking about the consequences. Second, the this influencer have different kind of background. Some are knowledgeable, some are not. Some are well behaved, and some are not so well behaved. Influencers with bad behavior can also give examples of bad things to community. For example, suppose that an influencer with many followers uploading their bad habits on social media, such as drinking excessively or doing other bad stuff. This can be imitated by their follower, and this has a bad impact on society, where bad habits that are bad, that are troubling the public, will be considered normal because they are often carried out by these influencers. Well, sometimes they also share tips and tricks or new information that is not known to general public, like what the opening opposition said. But the opening opposition forget that there are fake news and hoax, where influencers with lack of knowledge are often trapped by this and don't know that they have shared hoax and fake news to the public. Third, the children who are easily influenced. We know that children are not supposed to play on gadgets, not supposed to have their own phone, let alone play on social media. But that's the reality now. Children are easily influenced. When we teach them good things such as saving their money, saying hello and thank you and so on, they will quickly understand. Likewise, if they're exposed to bad influencers behavior, we realize we realize that not all influencers behave badly, but we and the children sees it, they imitate it, they are more likely to imitate it, and this is a morally bad thing. And this is just accident from the influencer himself, themselves. Not to mention the influencer who wants to go viral and do controversial things to go viral. That would be really bad for the children. That is all from me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that speech. Now, to extend the case from opening opposition, we welcome, and to close the opening debate, we welcome Deputy Leader of Opposition here.
Okay, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay, let me set my note first. Okay.
Hi, I think your connection is. Hello?
On social media, and
celebrity bloggers, YouTubers, and so
Hello,
on.
excuse me,
But from those who
sorry.
are okay. Okay, I'm
Tadi,
sorry, my network is bad. So
okay, can everyone turn off their camera so that we can focus on maintaining the bandwidth? Yeah. Okay. Can you try check?
am I audible?
Oh yes, you're audible now. Ulang dari awal aja.
Okay, siap. I'm gonna start my speech in 3, 2, 1. Let me be Christine as the second speaker of the opposition team to strengthen our argument that was previously presented by the first speaker. I refuse if this house regrets the rise of influencer. Influencers are people who have quite a lot of followers or audience on social media. An influencer has a strong influence on their followers, such as artists, celebrity, vlogger, YouTuber, and so on. Nowadays, technology is growing and can be accessed by all people, both from those who are still in elementary school to those who have retired from work. The number of internet users that continues to increase significantly every year illustrates how active Indonesian people are in cyberspace. One of the factors that influence this is the COVID-19 pandemic, which forced people to carry out various activities online. Okay. The number of internet users that continues to increase significantly every year illustrates how active Indonesian people are in cyberspace. One of the factors that influence this is the COVID-19 pandemic, which forced people to carry out various activities online, including the process of teaching and learning activities. Survey the internet every day, of course, cannot be separate from the use of social media. The increasing need for social media seems to make many people lulled and unaware of the negative impacts that usually appear along with the positive impact. The negative impact of excessive use of social media include physical health disorders, exposure to negative content leads to mental disorders. This, of course, requires the right solution to prevent it. Suffering the internet every day, of course, cannot be separated from the use of social media. The increasing need for social media seems to make many people lulled and unaware of negative impact that actually appear along with the positive impact. Suffering the internet every day, of course, cannot be separate from the social media. At this time, the influencer strategy is one of the online marketing methods that is widely used by other online business. When you use an influencer service, you must choose the right influence to market your business, right? For example, choosing an influencer who has a good reputation with other influencer, has character and strength in selling a product. In the current digital era, many people have changed the way people sell goods and services develop their business. It is clear that we need influencers who make a good impact. There are many benefits from the emergence of influencers, such as many of previously didn't know how to cook, but after seeing tips and tricks on YouTube or other platforms, from influencer, they can cook and can do more than that, namely selling their food, which is considering good. Another example is like Vicky Neki. Who doesn't know this person? So you also know who is Vicky Neki. He is a YouTuber who has a good impact that is able to speak in many languages. And what's even more great is that he learned all this language from the internet, meaning he gives requirements to millennials and even our parents, right? That we can learn everywhere, anywhere. Especially when COVID-19 like this really needs influencers who play a role in building education in Indonesia, because Indonesia is doing online learning so that almost all children have access to the internet to learn. This is a real good example, and also relate to the economy. Influencer marketing can increase trust. by using the service of influencer, you can build consumer confidence in the product, your product and service of your business. Reach more customer. An influencer can reach more than 1 million followers, so that when an influence promotes your product or service, more people will know your business. Increasing brand awareness and influencer is not only about growing the followers' trust in a business, but an influencer will also make his followers know and remember a product or service that is promoted by an influencer. Then the followers will prefer the product or service use an influencer and they like or idolize. If you are building a new business, an influencer marketing strategy can be a new start in increasing brand awareness. If the government team supports the rise of influencer, we don't agree, because like the advantages I have described, and also nowadays many influencers have a positive impact, and even though they are still young, they can already use many platforms to earn money, to help their family, or being a motivator, being a YouTuber, what else. We can share many positive things and can influence many people with positive things. So we don't agree if they regress the rise of influencer. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that speech. To extend the case from opening government and to open the closing half, to welcome member of the government here.
Okay, good afternoon for educator and fellow debaters. Am I audible? Evening?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Professor. Okay. I would like to state that I'm from the CG, and if for the POI, you can inform to me via chat. So I would like to start my statement in 3, 2, 1. Okay. I would like to make some arguments, but first I would like to make some rebuttals. For the previous debaters said that there's so many information that can be accessed by so many people. And I think that is really wrong, because that the ideal thing for any content, that they must have specific various range of age that can access that content, that specific. So again, why do we regret the rise of influencer is we as a future doctors just for educate what's good for our patients, or what would they have to do to cure their sickness, is we have to search for these from reliable sources, and we have to make sure that the information that we share is correct. So sometimes influencers just say what they want, what they think is right, and this is horrible and can harm other people. This is really bad for society nowadays. And for business, there's so many can use. There's so many media that we can use for explaining our business or explaining what's good about our product. There's so many things that we can use other than influencers. That's all for the rebuttals. So I would like to elaborate more with the arguments. Sometimes, as what we've been discussed before, sometimes influencers would use their platform to spread news that it's not based on research. They spread news according to their experience itself, which can be harmful or not suitable for other people. And the society that consists of humans, and humans have the tendency to like comfort themselves or satisfy themselves with anything that they want to see. To put it simple, interest comes in many forms of preferences, starting from any other things, but that if someone just see it through the influencers, that what I said before, sometimes influencers just say what they think is good, what they think is right, it can harm the audience. So it's not all about good thing if we talk about how influencers can play an important role in society. Some of the influencers that are still human too, just like us, they might want to share what they think it's nice and then they posted it online. But let me show an example. If this influencer shares something that's not nice for other people, people might start commenting or saying bad things towards the influencers. Of course, this thing can lead to an unhealthy relation between the influencer and the follower and the audience. So this can be bad to mental health in both sides, the audience and the influencers. So the influencers might feel that they're worthless or they feel that they are not good enough to share their personal life or anything that they want to share because of the negative comments, and their creativity can be destroyed, can be decreased, and it of course can affect their creativity. And this will be bad for this influencer that majorly work in creative industry because they will feel the urge to just satisfy the audience to become or by being the influencer. So I would like to state again and again, it's not about all good things if we talk about the rise of influencers. I, as a CG, regrets the rise of influencer. So after all, they become an influencer because they start with being labeled as creators, aren't they? So they make contents, so they are gaining audience. So if the content quality improve, then they'll be gaining more audience. That's how it works. But so I totally agree that it will only make sense that they stay true to this create content, to this content creator, rather than endorsing a product with someone else's words or influencing others that can harm other people. So that will be all for me, and I'm sorry if there's any mistakes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that speech. Now to close the case from to extend the case from opening opposition, welcome member of the opposition.
Good afternoon. My name is Advita as closing opposition. So first off, the arguments that have been going on for the previous talks have been the problem in which there are bad influencers that have misled people, that has influenced people in the wrong direction. And so clearly this is inevitable. In life, there will always be bad influences coming from anywhere, really. It's not only these influencers that have been able to influence people in the wrong direction. There will always be bad influences everywhere. So we can't just say that these influencers are bad for the society. No. And so what's important for us is we have to be smart. We as the consumer of the things that are put up by the influencers, we have to be able to be smart, and us as the younger adults or even parents, we have to be able to educate the younger generations, especially kids and teenagers. We have to be able to teach them to be able to differentiate what's good influencers and what's bad. Especially parents can control really what their kids are looking on social media. So since the OG once said that there is no clear standard in assessing what's good and what's bad in influencers, let me just set up an easy assessment in assessing the influencers. So the good influencers, we can just see the good influencers are influencers that make us an implementer, not an imitator. They're influencing us in enhancing who we are, not in diminishing other people. So if, let's say, we are the consumer, we have to be able to assess, is this influencer really enhancing what I am? Really making you the better version of who you are? Or is this going to diminish myself? So if this is the type of influencers that is diminishing you, then don't take part in whatever they're doing. Just don't watch them, and choose the influencers that is enhancing you. And yeah, therefore, as consumers, we have to be wise in choosing what's best for us and be in full control. We shouldn't let the outside circumstances, the bad influencers, shape who we are. And so, yes, the closing government said about that the influencers may also have an bad comments from this people. Well, then again, influencers, once they put themselves out there to the public, they should keep in mind that they will be open to they're open to hate comments or criticisms. It's something you can't really avoid. So what they have to do is they should have a good support system, and really they have to be able to remind themselves why they make a content in the first place, and just be happy with who they are and not listen to other people's comment. And so thereby I'm going to restate several good things that some good influencers can actually do on the society. So influencers, many of them are able to inspire people. Say people who are being depressed. Many people who are depressed, they turn to influencers, influencers who are, say, doing comedies to entertain them, to lighten up their mood. And also, for example, people with disabilities, people who are unhappy with how they look, they can look up to influencers who also have the same issue, and they can learn how the influencers are actually doing fine. They're able to carry on with their lives and still remain happy even with their disabilities. So those people with disabilities may also learn from the influencers. And so my point is, we have to understand why this house so we understand why this house actually regrets the rise of influencers, which is because some influencers have led people, especially young generations, in the wrong path. However, we should not disregard any helpful influencers that actually have make an abundant impact in people's life. Those who have inspired, those who have educated, and overall be a good influencer. And that's it from me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that speech. Now to close the keys from government, welcome government whip here.
Okay, before I start, I would like to ask, am I audible? Hello?
Yes, louder.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so for my POI preference, if you guys have a POI, you just can unmute yourself because I don't mind you guys unmute and saying if you guys need to POI. Okay, for the timer, I'm going to start my speech in 3, 2, 1. Good afternoon or good evening, fellow debaters and also adjudicator or judge Samuel. So my name is Aisha Kana Sharif, and today I'm your closing government. Specifically, I am the government whip. So before I summarize and before I tell you what are the main issues on this debate, I do have some rebuttals to make for the previous debater. First, you said that there are always bad influencers, but they are always good influencers. But here in this motion, we're talking about regretting. Why do we regret? Why? Oh, you said there's good and bad. Of course, in this world, there are always good and bad, but how do you control it? How do you control influencers? How do you make maybe bad influencers be good influencers? You said it yourself, there is always bad influencers. And that is why we regret this motion. Sorry, not this motion, we regret the influencers itself. And if you ask, we have to be smart, the consumers or maybe the users of social media, such as Instagrammers or maybe YouTubers, we have to be smart. But how do you control it as well? There are a lot of people in this world and a lot of people have different educational backgrounds. How do you control people? How are you going to say to people, okay, there are a lot of influencers. It's for you to be smart to choose which one's bad, which one's good. No, you cannot do that. You cannot say that because we can't control human beings. That's number one. Second of all, okay, if for students or for children, parents can control it. Well, for fun fact, how are you sure that all parents can control their children? We all know that sometimes, even though that parents control, children will still have the curiosity of just searching and sometimes following influencers. And sometimes those are bad influencers. So you cannot say that we have parents to control, because we don't have the capability to know or sure that they will control their children or not. And then if we're talking about regret, and why do we regret? Because consumers sometimes can control themselves. Again and again, I say consumers and also the users of Instagram or social media, they can't sometimes control themselves, and the netizens itself. And then you said that sometimes, although they have good system, if they have good support system, they will have a good mental health. No, we as the doctors, we also learn about mental health, and there are a lot of cases, people who have support system but still in their depression mode. Why? Because there are actually a lot of factors on mental health itself, not only good support system, but you have to feel confidence on yourself. You have to feel the self-esteem. You have to have a good self-esteem. If you have a good support system but you have a really bad self-esteem and self-confidence, you can still lead to depression. You still can lead to mental health. That you all need to know that. And yes, inspire. There are some influencers that can inspire people. But if we see the current situation now, if you guys open your Instagrams now, who has the most followers? Is it the influencers that influence good things about, let's say, safe trees, safe lives, safe animals, animal cruelty free? No, I don't think those are the influencers that has a lot of followers. Who has a lot of followers? People who are considered pretty and have unrealistic expectations, unrealistic life. Okay, so I'm done with my rebuttals. And next, I am going to continue to review the main issues in the debate and show how the government itself wins them, and more specifically, why the winning material in the debate comes in the government member of the government, which is my friend. So, number one, she did said that argument number one is about false information and fake news wreaks havoc our society. That is true, because generally speaking, the reason why the information produced by official news station can be safely consumed is due to the fact that there are protection of what? Protection during the news production. For example, there are so-called journalist code of conduct. All journalists can't spread fake news because they have a code of conduct. Second, they have law enforcement and etc. All of these are concrete consequences on making false information. That's why news itself is more better when it's coming from the real news station other than influencers. My friend said, influencers sometimes spread fake news. Yes, because sometimes they don't do research. Like if you say COVID-19, oh, influencers can make COVID-19 has a better impact. Not always. Why? Because if you want to spread news about COVID-19, especially diseases, what you have to do is you have to search tons of research. You have to know reliable sources. You have to read journals. You don't say, or you just don't you hear someone say something and then you as an influencer, you can say it to your audience. No. And then how about the influencers that say that, oh, it's okay to open your mask. It's okay. Social distancing is not that important. Yeah, how about that? That is not good. That will harm people. Second argument, social media vigilantism. That is a big thing. Vigilantism is just uncontrollable and it will affect the mental health of the audience and the influencers itself. What is social media vigilantism? You said those bad comments, those bad negative comments. How do you control them? You cannot control them. If you're saying that, oh, he wants to be an influencer, so it's okay. You have to be strong. You have to know that if you want to become influencers, you can get negative comments. That is not how we have to think. We have to think that he or she, if she wants to post something on social media, she has to feel safe. She doesn't need to feel that she has to, it's an obligation to just receive hate or negative comments just because she is or he is an influencer like that. And let's say, for example, someone or an influencer tweeted a racist joke. Instead of getting laughter from her fans, sometimes because they have a big social platform, the fans or the followers will attack them. And what will it make? it can be a major source of stress and linked to self-esteem. The self-esteem of the influencers itself will decrease. And what does self-esteem lead to? It will lead to bad mental health. What mental health lead to? It will lead to suicide. And other than that, if you guys are questioning if influencers themselves, why do they get and why it will affect their mental health? Because they can be addicted. Influencers can be addicted to a need for constant external validation and approval in the form of like buttons in Instagram or Facebook or thumbs up in YouTube. And sometimes that validation can consume themselves. So yes, mental health is very important. And why we regret, again and again, I restated for the last time, why us as the government regret the rise of influencers itself, because there are a lot of bad things that can happen, fake news, and the most important of all, mental health. It will affect mental health of the consumers and mental health for the influencers itself. Thank you very much. That are my speech. I'm sorry if there are any wrongs. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that speech. Reminder that the speaking time is 7 minutes and 20 seconds, and I will not be writing anything past 7 minutes and 20 seconds. With that said, to close the entire debate, we welcome opposition whip here.
Okay. I'm starting my timer now. Okay. So, first of all, I would like to restate again that our stand on this is that we do not regret the rise of influencers. Okay, so first of all, I'd like to offer my rebuttals. So the closing government has said that those who are famous right now are the pretty influencers, the stick-thin influencers. But yes, we cannot deny that pretty faces, they are more attractive and therefore attract more followers. However, you can't also judge someone based on purely their looks. So they also can do their research and they can also be smart while being pretty. So it does not necessarily mean that the only ones who are famous are the pretty ones. There are also, like, for example, as you said before, there are bad influencers who, let's say, ignore the COVID protocols and those who do not do their research. However, if we see right now in this current state that there are many doctors and many experts that are also influencers, so they are the ones who can relay that information. And they are the ones who, let's say, bust myths and they educate people on the right path. Okay, and next, there has been said that there's social media vigilantism or the bad comments. So right now, for example, on YouTube, sure, we can't deny that there will be bad comments. However, there are systems to make it less obvious, such as, let's say, filters on YouTube comments. And as we have said before, that influencers, they need to understand that when they are exposing themselves and exposing their opinions and their private lives to the public, then, well, they're exposing, well, themselves, because they have to realize that government has said that influencers need to feel safe to express their opinions. Well, how about, let's say, political figures? Do they feel safe with their opinions, and do they not get hate comments, and are they not mocked in society? And also, if the closing government said that there aren't any systems to control the influencers, and there are systems to control, let's say, the journalists and such, then, well, we have to make that system to control the influencers, because influencers, they provide more benefit than risk. So if there are these problems that are causing negative impacts, then we have to learn to control that problem rather than to, let's say, erase the influencers and erase the positive impacts that they have. And going on to my arguments, I will restate that influencers are a very important part in educating our society today, because as we know that our young generation are they spend a lot of time on social media, and therefore there's a lot of chance and opportunities for influencers to educate them, such as, for example, as I've said before, the experts and doctors who are right now influencers and are educating people on, let's say, COVID. And also that these influencers support local businesses. So let's say they collaborate with a local business, and that business will get more more followings and more awareness from the influencers. Also, so what's important, as we've said before, is that parents need to control what their kids watch. So there are also already systems for children that are adapted to children's needs. I mean, let's say like parental watch on YouTube and stuff, and YouTube Kids. So that limits the negative effects of social media. And also, besides that, parents, you've said that before, parents can also, they can not watch what their kids do on social media. Well, if you want your kids to be safe, then you have to control. Avoiding social media altogether, then you have to guide them and educate them on what is wrong and what is bad. And that's your job as a parent. And if you're not doing that, then you are a bad parent. Okay. And so I would like to conclude that because of our arguments that influencers are, they can support local businesses, they they give more benefits than risks, and they also can educate on important topics and inspire people, like what my friend before has said. Although we understand that there are risks to the rise of influencers, however, we believe that it is more important for influencers to exist and rise rather than to be erased. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the debate. Please wait for a moment in order for me to deliberate. Thank you, everyone. With that said, opening government, are you guys complete?
Yes, we're complete.
Opening opposition, are you guys complete?
Yes, we're complete.
Closing government, are you guys complete? Closing government. Closing government, are you guys complete?
We're sorry. Yes, we're complete.
Okay. Closing opposition.
Yes, we're complete.
Okay, wait, yeah, let me just fill this ballot first. Okay, I've submitted the ballot. Okay, so I'll just begin my oral adjudication. Three parts: general comment, decision, and reasoning behind my decision. So general comment, I have two things to say. Number one, I think the reason why this debate is kind of hard for me to judge is because I think both team, I don't really understand why the direction of the debate became government arguing about bad influencer and opposition arguing about good influencer, where the motion is talking about this also regret the rise of influencer. It means that you need to actually talk about not only about the influencer but also talk about the rise of the trend of becoming influencer, and you need to also to a certain extent maybe defend bad influencer, explaining why this kind of bad influencer is something that is very controllable anyway, or why then this good influencer is actually doesn't really have that much impact to begin with. I think instead of making a certain definition of influencer in your own word, you need to actually engage to other and actually bite the bullet and explain to me why bad influencer is still okay, and because it is still controllable, maybe, for example, or why good influencer doesn't really have that much impact and it's not important anyway, right? And secondly, I think it's very important for you guys to not take definition simply for granted, right? Because I've seen many teams in here doing that, right? For example, when someone is talking about people, when influencer with a lot of followers do things, their followers will simply also follow suit with their influencer. My question is, was people really going to follow that bad thing? Was people really that stupid, or any this kind of mindless when it comes to following the influencer? I think there need to be a certain level of explanation, and you guys cannot really take for granted certain kind of argumentation. That's why you need to be more engaging, be more asking POI and taking certain level of taking some POIs if necessary. With that said, my decision is, number one, I give to opening government. Second, I give to closing government. Third, I give to opening opposition. And fourth, unfortunately, it goes to closing opposition. And yes, this is a government bench debate. So here's my reasoning. Yes, take the top two when compared to opposition bench. I think the reason why I give top two towards the government bench is because practically both opposition shares the same mistake, right? Opening opposition and closing opposition essentially only explain what is the good of influencer, what is the benefit of influencer in general by talking about, oh, good influencer exists and all this kind of thing. By talking about spreading awareness, in opposition talking about brand awareness for COVID-19, business in that is rising on the pandemic really need this kind of brand awareness, which is important because of COVID-19. While in closing opposition, they talk about how to protect the kids from bad influencer with the parents and also good support system and all this kind of thing, in which both teams never really tackle the main problem of motion, which is the rise of the influencer in itself. It means that they need to actually not only justify influencer per se, but they also need to explain why the rising number of influencer and soon to be influencer is something that is essentially good, or at least should not be regrettable. Government benches both successfully explained to me how this kind of rise towards the influencer is affecting not only the mental health of young people in general, it also damages the social media environment in general. Because opening government specifically talk more about the idea of the rise of influencer, in which the trend in itself makes people go to certain lengths to pursue this beauty standard or all this kind of thing, which is very harmful toward their self. While opposition have interesting argument about spreading education and social awareness, there has been never any extended explanation regarding the impact of this, whether the rise of this type of influencer can bring good, in which as an average listenable voters, I find the explanation about the rise of influencer, the harm of this rising of influencer coming from opening government is something that I can take be more harmful, even though both teams never really engage to each other about this. With that said, that's why government bench won overall compared to opposition bench. But let's compare the first and second and third and fourth one by one, right? Let's go toward the first and second. Why does opening government win over closing government? Well, closing government managed to beat the opposition benches. Unfortunately, closing government cannot win against opening government because there are two main cases, which is about number one about mental health, and number two about false information that influencer might spread is already being brought by opening government, right? For example, in opening government, in closing government, they talk about because this rise not only harm the audience but also harm the influencer in general. And while the explanation already exists on opening government when they talk about this kind of mental health behavior, specifically in prime minister when they explain the rise of influencer makes people have this depression and mental health problem, right? Not only that, they also talk about false information and hoaxes, which is also already being brought by opening government when they talk about how to a certain extent influencers spread this kind of news instantly without actually researching much more. For example, right? That's why at the end of the day, because there was no attempt on differentiation from opening government coming from closing government, I cannot really give closing government more point than opening government. From opening government. Okay, let's go to opening opposition and closing opposition. The reason why closing opposition lost, even though to a certain extent closing opposition argument is different, I don't see the connection of the cases coming from closing opposition to the debate, right? Because their argument is basically, parents need to control what kind of contents their kid need to watch in social media because that's what good parents do. And also bad and good influencer exist, and that's why we need to control them. But the reason why I find this confusing is because there is no link back on why didn't these two become the main reason on why this motion should not be regrettable, right? I cannot really, because I don't really find the connection between we need to control social media from the influencer to why then suddenly we don't want to regret this kind of influencer, right? I really need an explanation about and the link back about this kind of argumentation on why we should not regret this kind of influencer. And not only that, even if I want to credit their argumentation about good influencer, it is something that is already being brought by opening opposition when they talk about the benefit of the good influencer, about how they want to spread social awareness, spread political awareness, and all this kind of thing, in which I take as a tipping point, opening opposition winning compared to closing opposition, because at least they managed to explain to me better on term of analysis why influencer to certain extent is something that is good, therefore should not be regrettable. With that said, that is my decision. If you have any question, feel free to chat me on WhatsApp. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much.
Yep.
We're gonna do another roll call for round 3. FILTL1, Java, Christine, are you guys complete?
Complete.
Okay, FILTL FTI, Rain, Honesty, are you guys complete?
Complete.
Complete.
FEB FTSP, Juliana, Blessing, are you guys complete?
Yes, we're complete.
Complete.
Okay, FH1, Alberta, are you here?
Yes, we're present. I'm present.
2, Jessica, Anissa, are you guys complete?
Yes, we're complete.
FH3, Nataleo, Krisdayanti, are you guys complete?
Yes, we are complete.
FK1, Naufal and Afira, are you guys complete?
Yes, we are here.
FK2, Izehaga and Ricardo, are you guys complete?
Complete.
FK3, Aisyah, Hayana and Shanas, are you guys complete?
Yes, we're complete.
FKG1, Clarice and Advita, are you guys complete?
Yes, we're complete.
FSRD1, Rido and Satria, are you guys complete?
Still waiting for Rido. I'm contacting him right now.
Okay, sure. Just take your time.
Okay.
FTKE1, Kenandika, Eric, are you guys complete?
Yes, we are complete.
Okay, FTSP1, Irfan Taskia, are you guys complete?
Complete.
FTSP2, Davanur and Sandra, are you guys complete?
Complete.
Swing 4, Arjun Avana, are you guys complete?
Yes, complete.
Yep, here.
So we'll just be waiting for FSRD. Okay, so please stand by, just relax. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, FSRD, are you complete?
Still trying to contact Rido.
Okay, sure. So everyone, we're still waiting for FSRD for the time being. I'll be sharing my screen, and then after matchup is shown, I'll pass on to CA. Please wait for my call. Refresh to. Okay, so draw for round 3 in Elang Mulia Lesmana room. We have opening government FK3. We have opening opposition FSRD1. We have closing government FH1. And lastly, we have closing opposition FILTL1. In room Heri Hartanto, we have opening government FK2, we have opening opposition FTSP1, we have closing government FILTL FTE, and lastly, closing opposition, we have FTSP2. In Hafidin Royan room, we have opening government FTKA1, we have opening opposition FH3, we have closing government FKG1, and closing opposition FK1. And last room is Hendriawan C. In opening government, we have swing 1. In opening opposition, we have FH2. In closing government, we have EB and FTSP. And lastly, closing opposition, we have swing 4. Now that concludes my role. I will pass on to Ibu Astri, SCA, to announce the motion. Good luck.
Mean. Silent round means that the round will not going to have oral adjudication as you guys have previously in the 2 round, meaning that the result will going to only be announced after all of you guys are done with all the round, which is at the end of the preliminary round when breaking announcement. The purpose of the silent round actually is because we are just evil. We want you to, have a have a question: am I passing or am I not? But another reason is why at the end, the last round of the day, we are making the round to be silent round. Is that to ensure that you guys will come back tomorrow, so you guys still have hope that you can pass and break. That's one. So this is going to be a silent round. Number 2, Rafif told me that he would like me to remind everyone to change your name. I still see some of you guys are still round 3. Please change your name, rename yourself in accordance to the next round in order that it can go as smooth as possible. Because once I announce the motion, the case building time will going to start. Okay, I'm going to wait. Going once. Well, the consequences is on you guys. If you don't rename yourself, the case building time goes on. You are not being allocated. So you guys are all adult. You know these consequences. I've already announced. Now moving on to the motion. Oh, third thing. This morning you guys have experience with hold on a second, wrong share screen method. This morning, you guys have the experience with context slide. In this round, you guys will also have similar experience of context slide. In round 3, talking about influencer was pretty easy, right? So that was a little, calm before the storm, because this next context slide under the heading of social health and welfare. Okay, I see Rafif's expression. The context slide reads, okay, I'm not going to read it. It's pretty long. You feel free to screenshot. I'm going to also share the wording for you guys in the group. Is there any question? Like, reading this, or do you guys still want me to read out loud? Okay, I'll read it out loud. A patent is a property right to a product, and in the case of pharmaceutical companies, is usually in the form of a chemical formula that may not be duplicated by any rival company. The life of a patent is 20 years from the time the patent is issued. This gives the company ample time to profit from its invention. An invention is any new or useful process, machine, article of manufacture, or composition of matter. This means that the inventor has the guarantee that his or her product will be the only product of its exact kind on the market for 20 years. Is there any question in regard of the context slide? Very different heading and also themes, very as various as possible. Is there any question? Remember my note that number one, it's okay to add your own knowledge into the context slide. But second of all, if just in case you know contradictory matter, issue, topic, or information with the context slide, please keep it to yourself in order to make the balance of the debate, right? So some people might not know the issue at all, so they only rely on the context slide. I know it's their fault. Why don't you guys read now? But please be, fair as possible. Are you guys ready for me to announce the motion? Going once, going twice, going three times. I see that everyone is ready. The motion reads, this House believes that the government should offer cash compensation for the creation of pharmaceutical to replace the patent system for pharmaceutical. Now it's 14:31. Case building time start. Debate start at 14:57. Thank you very much.
3, are you here?
Yes, we're here.
Okay, thank you. OO, FSRD 1.
Yes, we're here.
Okay, thank you. CG, FH1.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, cool. CO,
Yes, we're here.
okay. Ibu Amalia, are you here? Just making sure.
Yeah, present.
Okay, thank you. So we can start the
Yeah,
debate.
I'm here.
Under the motion of government should offer cash compensation for the creation of pharmaceuticals to replace the patent system for pharmaceuticals. I call upon the Prime Minister to start the debate.
Okay, before I start, I would like to ask, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay, thank you. That's perfect. Okay, for the POI, I prefer someone to use the chat so that I can read first. Okay. I will start my speech in 3, 2, 1. Good evening, for educator and fellow debaters. I'm Shanasilia Maharani as the Prime Minister from the opening government team. First, before I start my arguments of why I support this motion, I want to define what this motion is about. I want to read the context slide that has given first, because for me, the context slide that has been given is already have a good meaning. So a patent is property right to a product, and in the case of pharmaceutical companies is usually in the form of a chemical formula that may not be duplicated by any rival company. The life of a patent is 20 years from the time the patent is issued. This gives the company ample time to profit from its invention. An invention is any new or useful process, machine, article of manufacture, or composition of matter. This means that the inventor has the guarantee that his or her product will be the only product of its exact kind on the market for 20 years. So, talking about patent. Patent itself is a government authority or license conferring a right or title for a set period, as what it said on the context slide. So, as the Prime Minister from the opening government, fully support about giving cash compensations for pharmaceuticals that fund the creation of pharmaceutical goods or drugs. Okay, let's talk about this. The answer is an yes, according to the proponents of the idea. Because the phenomenon that happening nowadays is if there's one company who claim the current market and patent-based system, sometimes makes drugs too expensive to be bought, while these things happen to be failing to provide cures for those in need who may be unable to pay, such as citizens of developing countries like Indonesia. So, under a price system, the developers of new drugs will no longer receive the investment and legal certainty patents provide to incentive and innovation. But the companies will be rewarded for the successful development of a new medicine via a cash prize that will be given from a government or group of governments, as what it said before. In return, winning companies later on will have to surrender their IP to the government or group, so allowing generic manufacturers to enter the market immediately. Subsequent competition between generic drug manufacturers, so the theory goes, will allow new drugs to be sold at their marginal cost of manufacture. So it will be more affordable. So, okay, to put it simply, the drugs won't be so expensive in the market so that many people can get a better treatment for their sickness. Why? Because the government already gave the cash compensation for the pharmaceutical company, right? And talking about the market, because of the affordable price of these things happening, people that need the drugs may using this kind of drugs that released by the companies that agree about the cash compensation. So the numbers of demands will be increased, and this can bring a lot benefit to the companies rather than the companies that set their price high from the very first place before releasing to markets or at the markets. So this time, I want to restate, as the Prime Minister from the opening government, I support the government for giving cash compensation for the creation of pharmaceutical to replace the patent system for pharmaceuticals. That will be all for me. If there's any mistakes, I'm sorry. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the first speaker of government, opening government. Now to continue the debate, I call upon the first speaker of opening opposition. First speaker of opening opposition.
Yes. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, the member of this house. I'm Ridho Al-Mudri from the opposition team. Team absolutely disagree with the motion, and this motion should not stand. First of all, I would like to start with a rebuttal. They say the compensation will make the pharmacy industry cheaper, but in fact, we believe that it will actually happen in reserve. When the company has passion for a medicine, they make more profit, but with their proposal pharmacy industry need to sell more expensive to make up for what they lose due to this system. No, moving on to my argument, patents has been the way that the of patent and medication. However, today the government want to change that. We believe that this method that they are proposing is too radical for no reason at all. First of all, as the government side of the house, they need to prove to us the urgency that exists today that eventually leads to this proposal being made. But also, they need to tell us why this proposal is the one and only solution to whatever problem there is. In fact, we believe that passionate something is a better choice for the word of pharmacy, because then that means that there will only be one kind of medicine that patient may choose for the specific need. They don't need to choose between different brands and different purpose of each medicine. Patient exit for a reason. It creates clarity for patient and doctor and pharmacy. There will be no need to discuss which brand is better or which brand is the correct brand, because advertising power exit. When discussing to of the some product, one may sell more than other because of marketing and or branding alone. Thank you.
Thank you for the first speaker of opening opposition. Next, second speaker of opening government to continue the speech. Here.
Okay, good evening, everyone. First of all, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay, so I am audible. So before I start, I would like to remind the people, if you guys have any POIs or point of information, you can just unmute yourself, because I would probably not look at the chat columns. So you are feel free to unmute yourself. So I'm going to start my timer in 3, 2, 1. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, fellow debaters and adjudicators. My name is Ayesha Kayana Sharif, and today I'll be your opening government side, and specifically, I will be your deputy prime minister. So what am I going to do now? Of course, first of all, I would rebut the arguments made by the leader of opposition. Then I would present additional arguments, or I would like to elaborate more about the arguments that my Prime Minister has said or has spoken. I would like to rebut, but to be honest, the way I could not rebut that much what the leader of opposition says, because I couldn't understand what is your arguments are. So I hope your friend or your deputy leader of opposition would emphasize more about what are your arguments. So I will just go straight ahead to my arguments itself. So why, as the opening government, or why as the government bench, that I truly support this motion, which is that this House believes that the government should offer cash compensation for the creation of pharmaceuticals to replace the patent system for pharmaceuticals itself. So why would I support that? Why do I believe that this motion is true? Because I would like to inform all of you that this patent system that we have right now for pharmaceuticals, products, and for drugs isn't the best option. We know that the patent is essentially provide a temporary monopoly system for the creators, or for sometimes they would do a monopoly on a product to the first inventor. So they would do this patent will make can lead into monopoly for the investor itself and for the product that the inventor makes. And the patents, sometimes they vary in length and are designed to last long enough for the innovator to make a return on investment. That is a bad thing to do, or that is not a good thing. And that's why I do not support the patent system at all. While patent products is actually in the market, the producer actually can place any price on the product, regardless of the price of the production, or typically they dictate prices in markets also, and in a product that is not being distributed through the markets, then the patent itself cannot provide proper incentive for innovation itself. So this is where today patent system is actually broken, and why do I think that it is actually a really bad system itself? Because if we continue using the patent system for the pharmaceutical products and drugs, we can muddle the innovation with the patent system's original purpose of invention. We will continue to hand out about 20 years or maybe more, because that's what I said, that the patent system, they vary in length. And those 20 years, they can use it for monopoly power and for the companies to have the same science over and over again and just keep paying higher drug prices. So actually, the patent system will make the companies make the same drugs or the same pharmaceutical drugs or pharmaceutical things, but they don't have any benefit or more benefit, or they don't have any more innovative things, but they still keep getting money. And the drug prices are getting higher and higher and higher. So what will it affect if the drugs are in higher prices? Why do I want to say higher prices? Because higher prices in drugs is actually very important, especially in the medical world. We know that not everyone can buy them, especially people that are in need. And as doctors, we are told that a lot of people who are sick, and the most risk on getting sick, are actually people who have low income and people who live on terrible living conditions. So if we see the story here, if we use the patent system and the drugs are getting higher and higher, the prices are getting higher and higher, there would be a lot more people who cannot afford to buy those drugs, and they need those drugs. And people who need those drugs, like I said, are sometimes people that has a low economic status. Why low economic people or low economic status people have the most risk on getting sick is because their living conditions. We all know people who has a low economic, or they don't have any stability in their economic or in their income. They live in very, very bad situations. Sometimes they live near a river, near, let's say, a garbage system. And those people who always get infected, those people are always who get sick. And then how are we supposed to help them if they even cannot buy the drugs themselves? So what do people do? What does the people who can't buy these drugs do? Well, we all know, because the drugs that they need are very unobtainable for them, they would simply resist to buy them and get medication. So they would resist. They would say that other than I buy this expensive drugs that are very, very expensive, I would just buy them. I would just live and let my diseases just run free, or they might live a bearing life of diseases. So they're actually, if as a doctors, we also being told that a lot of people who died because of diseases, especially infective diseases, they would not want to be treated because one thing, they could not buy the drugs themselves. They don't have the money to buy them. Okay, and then I would like to add, what are the downfall again of using the patent system? We all know that drug makers have transformed the patent system into a defensive business strategy, what my partner also said. So now the patent system is only for the business only, and it's only a business strategy. Why? What is the business strategy? The strategy is they need to avoid, or they avoid competition in order to earn outsized profits on medicines for many years beyond what was intended, meaning that pharmaceutical companies would patent their drugs, so there would not be any people or any companies other than their companies that can make those drugs, or that can make generic and more obtainable drugs. So that's why the patent system is very wrong and very manipulative. And then other than my arguments about why the patent system is bad, I would like to argue as well, why is the price system or the cash compensation, the government, why the government should offer cash compensation itself. I'm sorry. So cash compensation, or let's say prizes as innovation incentives, that they are very, very useful. And using prizes can encourage investors to solve more problems. And the use of prizes, they can make important and meaningful contributions to helping address some global healthcare challenges. Like what I said, one of the global healthcare challenges is that people could not buy drugs that are very expensive. Using prizes or using cash compensation, it would lower the drug prices, and that would help and address some of the global healthcare challenges. So to put simply, patents theoretically enable their holders to exploit their market monopoly those drugs, and they can make people that who need those drugs and they cannot buy it. So what I'm saying is that this patent system is bad because they can use it for monopoly, and that the prizes or the cash compensation is the best option because again and again, it would help address some global healthcare challenges. So I think that will be all from me. I'm sorry if there are any mistakes. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the second speaker of opening government. Just a reminder that your time limit is 7:20. The judges will not going to note any part of your speech after 7:20. So be wise with your composition of your speech. Yeah. So call upon the second speaker of opening opposition to start your speech.
Okay, let me get my speech ready. Wait a second. Okay, I would like to begin my speech in. Oh, before I go on, yeah. As for POIs, yeah, please just open your mic and say POI. That way, I can actually notice that there is a POI. Don't go to the chat column. Anyways, I'm gonna start my speech in 3, 2, 1, now. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Satria Bagaskara, and I will be representing the opening opposition side of the House. And in this case, we would like to disagree with the current motion. We, as the opposing side of the House, would like to argue that patents, as for now, is the better system compared to, let's just say, cash compensations. First of all, I would like to apologize for the unclarity of my first speaker. I would just like to review what he just said. So basically, in short, what he said is this. Okay, so cash compensation. So the government side of the House came to us today with the proposal that is cash compensations, which is something so different compared to what the system that we've been doing for ages now, since the pharmaceutical industry even exists, which is patents and patented medicines. Okay, so cash compensations. Why is it that suddenly that we need to change the system into cash compensations? The first speaker of the opposing side, our first speaker, is basically saying that the government side of the house has that burden of proof to prove to us why to prove to us that there is an urgency today, that there is an urgent need for us to create a new system that is against the patent, which is now within the proposal is cash compensations. To which they said, okay, well, there is a need, there is an urgent need here. Well, the urgent need is that we need to change instantly to cash compensations because, first of all, it makes medicine cheaper. And second, their argument says that it's patented medicines stops innovations. Please note that they said it will stop innovations in medicines, which is not true. If you look at today, innovation in medicine, in the medicine world, still exists, even under the patented system. Okay, moving on. I will elaborate more on that, but I will move on to the arguments now, or maybe rebuttals. Okay. So now we, as the opposing side of the house, we support what is happening today, which is the status quo. Yes, the status quo is not perfect, but it is far better compared to cash compensations. I would like to explain on that. First of all, patents, they say that patents will lead to monopoly in the medicine industry. Okay, why is it bad? Why is the monopoly bad? To which they didn't say anything to that point. They just say, okay, there will exist monopoly in the industry, and that's bad. Okay, but why is it bad? There was no explanation to that whatsoever. Okay, so now moving on to the next point. Now patents, they say patents vary in length. Okay, but okay, even though it vary in length, I still believe that it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to this case at all, because then they say it stops innovation. Well, why does it stop innovation? Okay, because, well, the same company is going to say create the same drugs over and over again for as long as that patent exists. Okay, but then how does it lead to no innovation whatsoever? Because in fact, with patents, it creates competition between medicine manufacturers. For example, if one company comes up with a medicine and they have a patent for it, the other company does not have any choice whatsoever to sell the same thing. They need to innovate. They need to make something better, create something better in the market so that the pharmacist and the patients will buy their own product. Because in its core, the pharmaceutical industry is an industry. It's not a government project. It's a private sector. It is still a company that is still benefit driven. And so in that case, I think why patents is suited a lot better for the pharmacy industry. And the reason why they say, okay, patents are going to make medicine even more expensive. Well, no, that's not the case at all. I would like to argue that it's even going to be more expensive on their side of the house. Why? Because here, with patents, companies that are benefit driven, they are able to rack in more benefits through the medicine that they sell, right? Now, with cash compensations, okay, how much are we talking about here? How much compensation are we talking about? Because then at that point, you need to compensate them more than they will ever achieve with the patent system. Because then the pharmacy industry will be like, okay, this is more beneficial for us, therefore we're going to go with the cash compensations. But we don't know how much they're talking about here. How much cash compensations? Because with cash compensations, if it's going to be less than the profit that they're going to make within the patent system, they're not going to go with that system at all. Like, why would I even bother doing that? And second, more benefit means more economic benefit for these companies will then drive the industry to become a lot even better, to make more innovations. Because first of all, these companies need money to do the things that they need to do, right? Okay, so how does this money then how do they earn this money? Okay, they earn this money through the benefits that they get from selling those medicines. And then what do they do with the benefits that they have? Okay, well, I can just eat the money myself and then enjoy the rest of my life, or I can make the business better, which is use that money to invest in the company, to invest in better equipment, to pay their workers a lot better, to make better products, to invent better products. That's why I think it's even more productive under our side of the house compared to, let's say, the government side of the house with cash compensations, yes, go on. Opening government side.
Cannot POI after
Yeah,
6.
sorry, I didn't see the 6-minute mark. Sorry, Sim.
Oh yeah, okay. Okay, so moving on. We believe that under our side of the house, first of all, medicine prices does not go even more expensive. Second, it creates a better business environment for those companies that sell medicine and pharmacy needs. Now, third, that they say, it'll lead up to higher prices. That means it's going to be more inaccessible. And we would just say, okay, first of all, that we have debunked that argument. But second, which is why free healthcare should be there. Indonesia already has it, Kartu Indonesia Sehat. But okay, my time is running up, so I'm going to close my argument there. Thank you for listening. That's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the second speaker of opening opposition. Next is first speaker of closing government to start your speech.
Good evening, everyone. I'm part of the closing government for the speaker one. And what I would like to clarify here is just the opening government just now just talk about how this could actually increase the beneficial for profits and also all about the businesses. But in the speaker one, we would like to say that this actually can enhance the profit, and also this can actually like helping those people who are insufficient to get this kind of inventions, which is too expensive, and it made it into cheaper so that they can afford it. But my questions here is this if this actually really is cheaper, is it and what I would like to point out in here is the functions of the compensation. If we are really agree about the government should be giving compensation for the creations of pharmaceutical. Yes, we do agree, really agree. Because why? First of all, if the patent system is really they cannot give this patent to people to other people for many of years, it was just them who have this inventions. We cannot deny that many there that from time to time many inventions such as machine like TV or maybe like I'm sorry.
POI, if I may.
Yes. Yeah.
I just want to clarify and note that you can buy patents to produce the same kind of drug. You can buy patents. You can buy the patents. Thank you.
Oh, okay. So yeah, never mind. Just because of that, yeah. I mean, if this because of the compensation thing, or maybe it's because of the presenting in just one time, I just forgot if the opposition saying that it was better to have present to the people who have made this invention. This doesn't actually like really make sense because if you're present, it will actually like didn't benefit for him like, for this inventors. And also, we would like to clarify what do you mean by giving compensation to the to this investors is because these compensations can actually be a gratitude, which doesn't mean this was a bribe. No, it was literally just a compensation to give them for their funding towards technology or maybe ingredients that they would like to be in making those inventions that they wanted to make. It was like a product that they would like to make. Or maybe this could be an expansion of the pharmaceutical. Why? Because if they have the government, I mean, if they have a pledge to each other, this could be very beneficial for both parties. Why? The influencers get to have the connections towards the public, and also the government have the access to to distribute all of these influencers to the public too. So this really beneficial for both parties. Also, some kinds of insurance can be used to for the compensation so that they actually get the safety or the rights to do all to do the prevention of the influencers thing. Also, if the government gives the funding, it will be honored to have them produce even in a greater production. So this will be beneficial for the citizens, to the community. And in, of course, the opening governments that have state, it will be on a more decreased price. So this actually made a beneficial for the public to purchase it in a lower, in a cheap price. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much for the first speaker of closing government. To continue the debate, I'd like to call the first speaker of closing opposition here.
Am I audible?
Yes, you.
Great, thank you. I will have the chat room open, so I prefer my POI through chats. Permission to set up my notes for a few seconds. All right, great. I will start my speech in 3, 2, 1. Before we begin, I would like to address that I am the member of the opposition and that our position as closing opposition is that we oppose to the motion in which this House believes that the government should offer cash compensation for the creation of pharmaceuticals to replace the patent system for pharmaceuticals. On the contrary, we think that the patent system for pharmaceuticals should be maintained. Next, I am going to address some arguments pointed out by OG and CG and the points that we think they have missed. From what I noticed, OG mentioned that cash compensation is needed so that medicines can come in cheaper prices, making it more accessible for everyone, and it can avoid monopoly, which because they make the same pharmaceutical products and they would monopoly those products. I would like to just briefly rebut to that, which is that the thing is not all pharmacies do that. There are pharmacies that actually care for the health of poor people. There are pharmacies that try to make their medicines accessible for everyone. And another addition is that 20 years of patent means that they have time to perfect their ingredients. A possible negative outcome if patent is removed is that pharmacies will hurry up their preparations for these medicines, and thus there is a possibility that those medicines aren't good enough for the public yet. And for the CG, what I understand is that they mentioned cheaper medicines means that there is no guarantee that the medicines are certified. To me, it sounds like CG seems to deny themselves, because by saying that cheaper medicines means there is no guarantee that it is certified, that means we need to patent these medicines so that there can be a sort of guarantee that the medicine is certified. So moving into my speech, I think there are a few more disadvantages that the pharmacies and the people will face if patents are removed, and even if it is replaced with cash compensation from the government. First, if the patent is removed, then anyone can follow along the ingredients that the pharmacy have spent days and hours preparing, right? And anyone in this context, we think, will also include retail drug makers, those who aren't really experienced. They can also try to follow it for the sake of their own profit. And this means that those drugs and medicines with inaccurate ingredients will harm the health of other people who buy these medicines. And the second is the original medicine maker or the original pharmacy that prepare the ingredients for these medicines will not be properly appreciated, we think, because people can simply copy and paste their work without the patent, and just by copying and pasting these ingredients that they have spent hours and days and months, even years to work on. For these reasons, we are proud to oppose.
Thank you so much for the first speaker of closing opposition. To continue the debate, I call upon the second speaker of for closing government.
Yes, so from the closing government, we believe that what we would like to clarify here is because of the, yes, before it, we denied about the cheaper prices. It's because we know if we have the cheaper prices per patient, so it means that it will be good for the other public, I mean the people who are actually like using this product. But we would like to clarify this is the mechanism. So we believe that there are a lot of we took an example of the COVID vaccinations. So if you see, there are a lot of types of COVID vaccinations, Astra, BioNTech, Sinovac, which is actually they have the certifications from their own government. I mean, from their own government countries. We would like to actually insist that this also should be implemented to the creations of the pharmaceutical. Why? Because if we actually make it into the more cheaper, people will be asking about the certification, and we also have to prepare about that. That's why we here really wanted to have a certification towards the government, and the government got to access inside the companies of these creations of pharmaceuticals. And also, if the opposing team would like to ask, does this really safe to the government? Or, I mean, what if there's something that it would be like contradictory, but the closing government has been opposing that we can have an agreement that government can have the access with the limitations through the treaty from the consent of both parties. This is why that we should really insist that the mechanism, and actually if government would like to give a it must be have the limitation to the government who wanted to access to the pharmaceutical, and for the to the companies who wanted to have the compensation should actually allocate their funds really well. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the second speaker of closing government. To close the entire debate, I call upon the second speaker of closing opposition.
Okay, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay, I'm gonna start my speech in 3, 2, 1. That was previously presented by the first speaker. Okay. Oh yeah. Intellectual property rights has become a strategic issue and forever become a strategic issue. There is not a single side of human life today that is not related to intellectual property rights. Starting from people who live in rural areas to urban communities every day relate to intellectual property rights. Not only social relation in modern society, but in living societies. So we agree that the patent system is the best. There is nothing against so that the patent system needs to be changed to cash. If the patent system is replaced with cash, it will cause a monopoly in the drug company. Yeah, for example, if there is a monopoly practice, the drug monopoly practice is considered to be detrimental to consumers. This is because drug manufacturers cooperate with distributors to stop generic drugs. Thus, generic drugs are become scarce in the market, causing customers to be forced to buy drugs that are more expensive. Customers are forced to buy drugs at high price. It was because drug companies concluded to keep drug price artificially high, although cheaper option may be available. If the patent system is removable, it means that anyone can follow, even retail drug makers can follow the patent system. This must be detrimental to other people because the medicine is not suitable. The granting of patents is also used in the health sector, especially in drugs. There are drugs circulation in Indonesia that have patent called patent drugs, and some are called generic drugs. And if patents are replaced with cash, and many people will follow their prescription drugs ability. According to the regulation of the head of POMRE number 2024 of 2017 concerning criteria and procedure of drug registration, patent protection based on the applicable patent law in Indonesia. In the main part of Article 20, it is stated that the regulation of patent protect drug in Indonesia can only be carried out by the register of the patent owner or the register appointed by the patent owner. The patent rights can be proven by a patent certificate, which is valid for 20 years and cannot be renewed. And Indonesia, as a developing country, patent rights from pharmaceuticals must be amended, not replaced with money, in order to prevent misuse of patents. And there is no guarantee that money from the government will be more profitable than patents. Patents means it can be accepted into the pharmacy, but if given cash, the only profit is the drug maker. So we don't agree if government should offer cash compensation for the creation of pharmaceutical to replace the patent system for pharmaceuticals. That's all, and thank you.
Thank you so much for second speaker of closing opposition. That's the overall debate. This is a silent round, so there will be no result. There's no result reveal in this round, so you guys can just go back to the main hall of the Zoom because there will be some announcement from the ORCOM and the CA. Yeah, so please leave the breakout room so me and the panel can deliberate. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Judge.
Halo Ibu. Kalau misalnya Ibu, ya, kalau misalnya Ibu udah ada decision bisa.
Dio.
Ya.
Gini, nggak bisa terlalu bikin decision juga nih, karena dari tadi mental terus. Ada kali 6 kali, 5-6 kali, jadi banyak yang nggak terlalu denger ya. Jadi aku takutnya nggak fair deh. Banyak yang nggak denger.
Iya. Oh ya,
Satu banyak yang nggak denger.
Oh ya udah. Kalau aku sih kok resultku OG dapat first, CO dapat second, OO dapat third, CG dapat fourth.
Tunggu, OJ, CO, terus
OO terus CG. Ketiganya OO. Ya.
CG. Opening opposition ya. Iya, aku cuma bisa kasih poin di OO itu. Yang pertama nggak jelas aku tulisnya gitu. Terus nggak terlalu dengar soalnya kan. Agak muter-muter, nggak terlalu jelas. Nah, itu awal-awal masih bisa dengar. Bener ya, yang first speaker ya. Terus ya nggak terlalu banyak sih. Jadi hampir setiap speaker tuh aku kelempar keluar. Jadi nggak denger semuanya, Dio. Jadi kayaknya nggak terlalu fair kalau aku juga
returning to the main room. First, we want to do some roll calls. We want to make sure everyone's here for announcement and also explanation on tomorrow's agenda. So we're going to do a quick roll call. FILTL1, are you guys here?
Here.
FILFTE, are you guys here?
Here.
FABFSP, are you guys here? FABFTSP, are you guys here? FABFTSP. Moving on, FH1, Alberta, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
FH2, Jessica Anissa, you guys complete?
Yes, we completely here.
FH3, are you guys complete?
Yes, we are complete.
FK1, are you guys complete?
We are here.
So FK2, are you guys complete?
Here.
FK3, are you guys complete?
Yes, we complete.
FKG1, are you guys complete?
Yes, we're complete.
FSRD1, are you guys complete?
Yes.
FTKE1, are you guys complete?
Yes.
FTSP1, are you guys complete? FTSP1, are you guys complete? FTSP1, are you guys complete? Moving on, FTSP2, are you guys complete?
Yes, complete.
Swing 1, are you guys complete?
Yes, complete.
Okay, swing 4, are you guys complete? Okay, let's just resume. I will pass on the announcement to our core adjudicator, Ibu Astri. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you so much, Rafif. Hi, everyone. Just a very, very quick announcement. Considering that we are already at the end of the day, all the preliminary round of the day has been done. I do not want to capture you for too long. I just want to note, first of all, appreciating obviously Trisakti and also the committees for holding this. I would like that, everyone, specifically University of Trisakti student, to really appreciate this process. This is a very big privilege. Not every university and also institutions hold this type of competition, internal selection, what I meant. So what does this translate into? It translates into how big is your institution, Universitas Trisakti, giving you support, which I really hope that you guys are not taking it for granted. What is taking it for granted? Number one, I would like to note several, I think, irresponsible behavior that I hope everyone can avoid in the future. If you do mistake once, it's okay. Probably you didn't know. But if you do the mistake twice or 3 times, it shows a pattern of behavior that is, questionable, right? So first of all, irresponsible behavior. The committees and also the overall Universitas Trisakti systems and everything already managed to hold this through regulation. What does this entail to? It entails a responsibility for you to present. I know for some people, for some of you, probably this is not that important. But the thing is, the action that you do also impact other people's. Irresponsible behavior may delay the competition. Irresponsible behavior may, if not anything, may reflect badly to the faculty that you are representing. You guys come here representing your faculty, and please duly note that all irresponsible behavior are not gone unnoted. So we always take notes on, irresponsible behavior done by you and whatnot. On the mechanism of punishment, I will probably leave it to later the ORCOM to discuss it. Second irresponsible behavior is that debating, yes, it may appear as a competition, but this is an intellectual competition. Although this is an intellectual competition, but this is not a cerdas cermat. So it's not about how correct your point is, less about whether you know the facts. It is less about whether you know like who can name as much statistics as you want as there it is, because this is not quiz or cerdas cermat or battle of wits and whatnot. But this is a game of critical thinking. So what's important is how you can manifest analysis and also argumentation and delivering it to the point that everybody else get persuaded. So this is a game of critical thinking and also public speaking. Now the problem is I am very aware, again, it's not that because I want to bring you down, or I'm just I just feel like playing game with you and whatnot. I'm very aware that some motion are new for you guys, specifically in the context. But please do note that despite the contexts are different or distant from you, it does not mean that it is not accessible. What does this translate into? On the first motion, probably corporate sponsorship is something that is new for you. But yeah, the idea that there is a corporation, and usually corporation has a profit orientation, it's a principle that everyone should understood, especially you guys are already in the university and whatnot. So look at the basic principles, translate it. Please don't be too bothered with the contextualization. That's one. Second of all, even if so, you guys don't understand, that's why the context slide are provided as the context for you guys to have an equal access toward emotion, have similar understanding. But most importantly, number three, I also open up access for you guys to ask question in time or in the case that you come into a motion that you don't understand. So, but sadly and unfortunately, nobody is utilizing that access. Nobody is asking me, what does the motion means? Is the context like this and whatnot? Which I'm not saying that it's not a good thing for you if you don't have any questions. It's good, meaning that you understand. But it becomes a problem when later you did unethical behavior in order to do that, in order to access the motion, or in order to answer the question you have in regard of the motion, such as but not limited to, number one, contacting other people. I think this goes without saying that during the case building process is only between you and also your teammate. Number two, doing an internet research, which I think not only that it is unethical, so it's spiritually eating you up inside. By the way, you are the only one being harmed by the process. It shows that you are not confident with your ability. It shows that you are disrespecting the entirety of the system. You are disrespecting your opponent and also your teammate. But most importantly, number two, it will go to waste. Why? Because as I was saying, debate is a metric of critical thinking and also public speaking. Your adjudicator are not here as a fact checker. We are not a fact checker. We care about the fact, but it's not a winning point. What we care about is your analysis. So if you do research, for example, something that I'm not saying that research is not necessary. Research is important, but before the competition. But if you do the internet research immediately after you receive the motion, what happens is there will be irrelevant. Either, number one, if it is a new information, you cannot attach it with the analysis because it is still very new and foreign for you. So you cannot have the analysis and also argumentation in relation to that. Number two, if you copy paste the entirety of an explanation, judges will know. I mean, we do know. We all of the invited adjudicators are at least having 2 to 3 years experience in debating competition. We've been out there. We are also by ourselves do research. That's a secret of debate. Debate is not just about like the 15 minutes case building. We all as debaters regularly on a daily basis we research. That's why I personally, even though I am an IR student, I understand patent, I understand overall academic research and whatnot. So that's the secret. So do note we will know. I received several report on this. I really regret that. So that's my input. The last note. I already make sure that the motion is as accessible as possible. That's one. Second of all, I also already discussed with my fellow core adjudicators, which is for NUDC, is Bu Zuhra. And number three, I already make sure that if I see the motion as having a peculiar context, I will give a context slide. Number four, I provided an avenue. One of the reasons why I asked to be invited in the participants group is that so that probably during the case building time or even after every motion launch, I ask you guys, please don't be hesitant to ask. I mean, even I still ask if I don't understand the motion. When I join a debate competition, I see a motion with an entirely new context. For example, just yesterday, I debated about cultural filtration of preservation in megafauna. I don't understand anything about it. So I asked the adjudicator. It's okay to ask the context. Sorry, I forget. I know I promised that was the last thing. But another thing is that I want you guys to be as equitable as possible. What does it mean? Equity here means that you have a respect toward all type of individual equally. It translates into number one, avoid using stereotyping. For example, you shouldn't call, like, okay, so these influencers, they basically are dumb because they are only beautiful. That's a stereotype because you claim that beautiful people does not have brain. Well, some may be, but the way that you generalize it, it's against the equity principle. So be more respectful. We can be both smart. We can be both smart and successful, and also respectful toward other people and toward yourself. I will going to give it back to Arcom. Thank you.
So we would like to extend our gratitude for the warm reminder, and also it is a lesson learned. So keep in mind for everyone, this is a platform for us to learn. So it may come and market it as a competition, as a selection process, but we want to make sure that everyone, when this set of events finish, you get the most of values in terms of knowledge and experience, something that is very cherishable. So we just want to say that. And then moving on, we want to tell you an announcement that for tomorrow, roll call will be done before 8. So despite the schedule indicating that it starts at 8, we request you all to be here from 7:30. So we have a space of time to make sure that everyone is here, and also to make sure that the timing can go exactly as planned. So I think that is all from Orcom. We want to say thank you to everyone. We want to say thank you to all the core adjudicators and invited educators for being present here in helping adjudicate the debate. Also, we want to thank you all debaters and good luck, and hope you have a nice evening and rest, and we'll see you again tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye.
Terima kasih semuanya.